Hello everyone. I'm doing a little bit of quick testing. I'm going to probably get each character to level 4 or 5. Did the enchanter today with some with another player. Let me check on one thing here. Have some weird bug that came through that is not updating some server details randomly. Servers. Okay. Alright, so I've got a... Oh, stealth wasn't set to ignore. Stealth not set to ignore orb increase. I need to figure out a system to name these orbs and the rotation. The other thing I need to think about is some better leveling paths. I'm not too big of a fan of the current starting layout. And so it becomes a question of, do I make a new area and readjust things? Do I modify the current layout? These factors. Oh yeah, that's totally screws me up a lot. Now it's supposed to give me a crit too. Stealth not giving crit and power. Ooh, offhand dagger. Nice. No, got two. It's not good. I can do this. Alright, big stun. Backstab. spamming my abilities. I'm not sure why I'm not. Go, 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 go. You got this. You got this. Oh, parry for the win. Oh, damn, I got lucky loots this round. Frickin' my first 2 drops are main hand and offhand dagger. That is like lucky. I also think I'm going to make all this area just animals. I think that feels better than having these bandits here. And we already need more animals around here anyways. Starting area is all animals. Tinker with starting area flow. More paths for leveling 1 to 6. So I don't like that kind of the only way to path right now is like kind of as you start out to go from the starting area to over here. I'd like to be a bit more spread out. Alright, so I think the rogue definitely has too much. Rogue has too much energy regen. Can perma spam double attack. I definitely need to do a bit of a, I said this last stream, but I need a kind of big pass on just how can I elevate the polish a little bit. I've got a new combat system in that's, you know, feels different, unique. I have a few bosses in. I have a group-based boss at the very end, boss of the level type thing. I have a raid boss. So I have content to do, and so how do I make sure it feels dead bodies are sinking into the ground. But yeah, I put the base regen. It doesn't seem like much, 5 HP every 5 seconds, but it turns out it's a lot. It's actually a hell of a lot, and it needs to be nerfed. I think it's fine when if you're sitting down. The current regen's probably okay, but just to have it on you permanently is clearly OP. Boom. Okay, that was actually interesting. Slight delay on death to fade the nameplate. Combat text. So if you didn't catch that, I did a massive backstab crit, killed the target, but then the damage numbers immediately were hidden, and so it felt a little weird. A little bit of enemy attack variety. You know, environmentals. Apply dot, etc. Alright, just a couple more kills. Maybe I'll do, oh, I can't take that. I just realized. I'm going to cheat. TP. Just, boop, ran away. I should de-aggro. But yeah, I think the next thing we need is just really good game feel and polish on quality and stuff. I cannot believe that I got so many rogue daggers. I've went, hours sometimes without getting the main weapon for whatever I'm testing. Alright, so I think I have my issues here. That backstab's not working properly. Stealth is pushing my orb system or ability rotation system. Oh, I could raise one of these too. Give orbs a tiny bit of Z value. Alright, so let's quit. Let's go to, let me see if quitting is causing the, so I quit out. Alright, so me quitting has stopped the server, has cleared the rejoin IP. And then if I do create character, we'll do cleric next. The dev. Does it give me the error? It does not. I should have checked if the server shut down, basically, so that was a different case. Oh, weirdly, it's just not updating the IP. at all? I'm pretty sure. Um, content title data. All right, Cleric has some nice changes right now. Cleric mana bar on the HUD is broken, apparently. Cleric mana bar on HUD broken. Can I even cast anything? Apparently I can't even test this character. That's wild. Okay. Regen's not capping. Make sure to cap regen. Or clamp, I should say. Clamp regen. Cleric not receiving max mana on load in. Let me try a quick relog. See if it just like randomly doesn't work. I might also need to increase the loading time. My loading screen actually looks better now. It stops with the weird gimmicks of stuff. So I could have like an extra 5 seconds on loading. Hey, boredom spawned. Yeah, this character's broken. This class is broken. How fun. That's so stupid too, because I created a really cool lightning bolt ability, and the dumb part is the character wasn't even broken when I shipped this. I literally was testing it yesterday. It was all working, so that's crazy that the last thing I worked on was the cleric this morning, technically, 12 hours ago, pretty much. I did fix some sort of mana bug, but all right. Guess we'll go to warrior. Warrior. Oh, no, I chose the wrong thing. Damn it. I could maybe look into quit the character select. Where are that? There we go. Maybe look at quit to character select. The quitting the character select thing is kind of nice, just because it makes it easier for people to, if they have a bug, they can log out, log back in. Makes my life easier as a tester and stuff. But after I do each one of these classes, okay, so the server basically just dropped as I tried to connect to it. There we go. Oh, I have this issue, so this won't be an issue for live, right? But when the server maybe I'll have a little bit longer of a time between server longer time before server closes with no players. So I have it right now. If there's no players playing, the server will shut down, and it checks for that every about 60 seconds. And if you randomly log in that 5-second window of the server shutting down, it causes issues. Or like you can't connect, or you have to wait to connect, these things. And so, just fixing this. You can fix that character still logged in error by just logging out, but I just fixed it myself. Okay. I debatably might just not even put. Now the weird thing is, this is just okay. They are up. So these little burbs shouldn't even be active until you take the quest, and that's when they should be active. So it's very odd that they're being seen. Oh, I totally know what the burb problem is. It's the dormancy. Burbs or quest items can't have dormancy set to dormancy. I'll just say dormancy. That's what it is. Is my poll not even... my poll randomly break? Okay, warrior poll is broken. So much shit broke. Warrior poll is broken. So I'm waiting for a crit. And then big damage. Boom. That feels good. Yeah, I feel like I have a fungi tunic as a... and so sucrose trees probably also. Quest items and sucrose trees. Whoa, they went all the way over to the middle. Yeah, pull is definitely jacked. I may have been something I did with... I reintegrated something with there's the player character pull, which operates differently than the oh, that's level 4. There's too much shit over here. We definitely need a newbie art. We need like this area that is all about just level 1s and 2s. It already jumps way too quick to level 3s and 4s. And then yeah, I just need some good polish. Big damage. Boom. So far my current system is kind of fulfilling what I want. It's, hey, you're building up your power to use a key ability at the right time. And so it's sort of builder spender terminology, which is common in combat stuff. But at the same time, it's being able to mix and match what you use to do so. I also need to check on replicate check on warrior enrage replication. So pull doesn't work. Did I put pull down? Yeah, warrior pull is broken. Enrage, I'm so glad I just scheduled this for a 12-hour pop-up test. This week is definitely like nothing new. Big kind of, pause new features, pause things, and just let's polish a little bit. I might look into maybe a few new Paragon animations for characters. Different one hand plus shield anims. Yeah, I really do want to have that, like, a little bit of that feeling of EverQuest, kind of like you're in this newbie yard, you're killing rats and snakes and stuff. And you kind of go from there. Big damage. I'm going to sit for a second and go potty. So I'll be right back. Hello, Paxian. How are you? Our servers are online if you want to jump in. Yeah, I kind of forgot to do this. Download / wish list. Cleric is broken, so don't choose a cleric. Literally, unfortunately, um, I guess their mana is not getting set, so they start the game with 0 mana, 0 maximum mana, and they literally cannot play the game. There's a few warrior abilities that are kind of broken, but you can do some pretty big damage still. Like I just one-shot that thing, pretty much. And so damage levels are like, so I got my new combat system in. I think you may have heard me talking about it. I can't remember. I was so foggy last night. But it's achieving what I wanted to achieve, and like it's making me think and plan about my abilities instead of just button mashing. And so it's a push in the right direction. And so like it's a little bit spender and builder type thing, and then I can wait for a crit, which is when these orbs turn red, and I can even save it for the next enemy. What is it? Hold on. It's probably, yeah, give me 1 second. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what it is. Okay, let me get it. I don't know why it's doing this all of a sudden, but kapink and save and okay, try it now. And big damage. There they are. Plock X. Welcome to Ruins of Tearyn. Nice to have you, buddy. Yeah, as long as I keep this, as long as I stay logged in, that server error shouldn't happen again. But I've been logging in and out and doing a few things. Crafting. Need to build some campfires. I can come get you. We can group up. Oh, if you went warrior, let me switch to a different class. Let me switch to a different class real quick. Is this your game? Yes, it is. So we're building an indie MMO, and called Ruins of Tearyn, as you can see. And I'll go archer. I haven't tested the archer yet. TheMainStark. Yeah, so basically you have your Q, which is your double attack, which helps you build up your orbs. Once you get 3 orbs, you want to like auto attack a little bit. We're a 2-person dev team. Let me create a new character. Also, I need to do that. Let me make a quick note. Add scroll box to character select. Okay. Archer. I like the orc. What the? Okay, here we go. The orc girl is my favorite. And we'll go tiara. Avoy. Aveo. Some random name. Yeah, so we're a 2-person dev team. We've got 10 years experience in Unreal Engine. We have worked for Epic Games on education. We did 4 courses on the Coursera Epic Games project. We built sort of indie tech from 2019 to 2022. We built Vertical Third, which is like a full game architecture through Blueprint code. And no, don't die. Ah. No. Is this the banished trap? Banished. Sit down. You can sit. Hit X. I banished them. You can hit X and sit and heal up. You're gonna die. Damage trap. Kick. Oh, I kicked too early. We did it. We did it. I like that call out. I'll do that. Make auto attack bar more apparent and not see-through, not transparent. I like that comment. Boom. Oh, the kick makes this so much better. So the last little tiny thing I did yesterday was I put a kick trap in. And so I can be like, boop. I know, right? It feels nice. And like before, like traps felt so useless. And they were also supposed to be like your combo point builder in a way, or I don't even know what I'm calling these yet, but you're, and so like, oh, this is a snare trap if I'm kiting, right? Boop. Oh, I missed him. Damn. And so you can kick him and then start it, and you know, either you all have a banish trap too, right? So you can be like, boop, pink, and then pull him. He's banished. Snare him. Also, oh, resist. Sucks. I changed the activation time from 3 seconds to 1.5 seconds too, so that also feels good. And your if you dodge, when you dodge, you also get, oh, here, a shield dropped over here. Yeah, and so just as a quick note, damage levels are way higher than they should be. Yeah, I haven't optimized much of anything. Get your shield over here. Yeah, it's one of those things that just there's no point optimizing right now. We're using tons of different marketplace products, so that takes a long time to properly get ready, like everything under the same experience, right? I did a brief little thing of where I wanted to have this kind of fade-in effect when things spawn into the world for players and monsters and trees. And that took a lot of consolidating, a lot of that feels so good. I like that a lot. It consolidates a lot of materials under one master material, so it's a little bit less memory intensive and stuff. But the boost of that was probably very, very small. It was more of oh, wrong trap. Oh, right trap. Never mind. I think I have. Do I have disengage? I might have disengage on trap. It's turning my auto attack off, I think. Bam. Yeah, as you can tell, like damage is kind of like through the roof because. So I implemented. So just to repeat for new people watching and stuff, I did my first update for a new combat system, and it revolves around. So the first step was your auto attacks will grant, instead of having a raw crit chance that happens randomly, every 5 auto attacks. Oh, I didn't even see this. Yeah, thank you. I should have done that ages ago. Every 5 auto attacks, you will get a crit, right? And so we're trying to create this system. It's going to be a bunch of systems that work together, where you don't have to spam your buttons to perform optimally in a group. And it's about thinking of chess mindset a little bit more, and being a little bit more conscious of what you're doing and your environmental awareness, your positioning, strategy for the monsters you're fighting, and less about just being the perfect button mash rotation stuff. So the first start is this crit system of you're gathering crits up. So right now I have I've activated my crit. And so you can see that by the 3 red orbs, or the orbs are red, which shows it's a crit, and I'm sparkling blue, which is also means I have a crit ready. And the orbs will kind of are like a combo system basically, and so you can see everyone has them, and every ability will change based on how many orbs you have, and excluding some like buff abilities or like kick trap doesn't activate it, auto attacks don't activate it. And so now I have my power shot. Since I have 3 orbs and a crit, it's probably going to do a ton of damage. And so boom, and it did a giant chunk. Now for some reason it didn't crit. I'll have to look into why that didn't crit. It should have crit, but basically now I can, swap in and out different abilities, and it'll change them based on what happens. And so if I have 2 orbs, it's basically the light, medium, heavy kind of system of any type of combos. And so I can lay a trap. It'll be a level kind of rank 2 trap, and then I have a level 1 power shot. I can do another level 2 trap. Well, it's a short term. Oh, I should not have done that. I banished it at one health. But it's this idea of eventually these, and I'm clearly trying to find a better way to explain it and whatnot. There's your sword, cool. But the whole idea here is you can think about character progression and customization, theory crafting builds. All your abilities, you're going to have, probably 50 or 60 abilities. You can only use 8 of those abilities, but each of those abilities have 3 versions of them that you can mix and match in your combo. And so, as an example, with the mage is like the easier way to explain it. 1 orb fireball is just a direct damage. A 2 orb fireball is a direct damage and a damage over time. It applies a burn. And then a 3 orb fireball is an area effect damage, explosion, plus a burn. It applies burn to everything. So that's the type of system. Now you can do fireball 1, blink, and then which might give you a move speed buff on rank 2. And then do an arrow, do your own mage big fire explosion as your big number 3. And so, yeah, you think of any type of action combat game like New World, you're usually sitting there spamming click to go, light, heavy, light, medium, heavy, light, medium, heavy. It's that system, but spread across all of your abilities, and you don't have to spam it. You can take your time to think about what are so some abilities might just be, rank 1 orb is low damage, medium is big damage, and third one is massive damage. But some of them might turn into different utility spells, right? And so they might change depending on the kind of oh shit situation that you need to think about if you want to use them or not. It's like a combo system on top abilities. Yep, that's pretty hardcore. In Terra, they had combo systems like this. You'd combo and get even better stuff going on, but not specifically like this. Yeah. And we plan to be able to modify your combos, and obviously, I have to think of the UI aspect of this because almost every ability has potential of 3 different, tooltip slots. So it's going to get a little bit crazy, tooltip wise. But if you saw, I have this trap damage showing, it would have 3 different, orb 1, orb 2, and orb 3 versions of it and what they do. And then you can actually have both your talent setup and equipment modify those, any one of those, actions. Those might be too high. I don't know. Maybe we can't take it. Oh, you know what? I'm a dork. Banish. Kick. Okay, we'll kill the hunter. Trap. I'm still used to old damage levels. Damage levels are so high now. And again, as a follow-up, I just implemented this. Okay, hunter traps are physical. Hunter traps are set to physical, I think. I got this new. This is why it's today's a little bit of a pop-up test. I just finished uploading this first version of stuff at 6 a.m. this morning. So there's a few things that are kind of broken. Burp. Oh, this is a random thing I haven't noticed. Scrolling combat text can come behind the nameplate. Let's take this guy. And so this is also like one of the systems we want to introduce is the concept of pullers again. I don't know if how many of you are classic players of like EverQuest and stuff, but we do want that option of like this would be called like the orc camp, right? And so a group would sit here and farm orcs for a while for XP and get some cool loots. And there is a actual orc boss that spawns here that actually gives the tank a good sword. I love Terra's action combat and the B equals combos. Too bad the game turned to doo-doo. Yeah, we actually played Terra. Hopefully we can take this. He's level 7. Pretty sure we can. How high damages are, but we do miss a lot here. Yeah, we enjoyed Terra. We couldn't. It was just a weird time in our life, and we couldn't like super focus on it at the time. But we did actually enjoy it quite a bit. I don't think we hit max level though. Probably need to roll lower stamina regen on Hunter so they can't spam dodge. Make dodge a higher cost. So Hunter's the only one that gets a dodge roll, and it is an actual iframe dodge roll. Makes you immune for a second. Resist. And also, just so you know, Plock, the warrior pull is broken. Normally when you hit 1, it literally pulls the target to you. And something broke in my final patch. And so that's whenever you do that ability right there, it's supposed to pull it right to your feet. That's kind of like your taunt in this game. And yeah, it's broken. Yeah, jump slam is giga damage right now. Damage levels just like got so nerfed because like when I implemented this combat system, like I said yesterday, I had to create this idea of light, medium, heavy for a lot of attacks. And so light is low damage, medium is like 1.5 light damage, and then I want the heavy to be like, 2 times medium damage. And so just by implementing that, even with low numbers, it's thrown our player damage through the roof. And so I have to tinker with numbers a lot. Yeah, something's turning my auto attack off as the hunter. Hunter has auto attack Turning off. So this is one location for Power Spice. It lets you get a potion. There is crafting in the game, so you can like make campfires and stuff. We want the open world to be like lots of soloable things. And even these trees over here are sucrose trees, and anyone can loot them, and it does an AoE like heal regen. And these simple herbs are also used for potion making. So let's stay here for a second, and hopefully we'll get the boss to spawn and get you a warrior sword. And so my traps do get, if I lay a trap with 3 orbs, it's better traps each time. So it'll be a higher damage trap if I place it there. If I do a banish trap, it'll be a longer duration banish, all these things. Gonna try to get those boots. Is the boots from Hasten? What? Good old move speed boots. Yep. We actually killed Hasten today, earlier. But he didn't drop the boots. We almost wiped, too. Oh, that is you. Okay. Sorry, names aren't my strong suit. Got some nice vibes here. The sunset. I finally figured out hopefully I figured out the replicated storms and stuff. I haven't seen one happen, so I'm starting to think I didn't. But by the way, I want to thank you. I just realized later that you are the guy from my Coursera course I took years ago. Yeah, the Epic Games Designer course. Yep. How'd you like the course? We don't oh snap. Oh snap. Oh my god, you did it 10 times? Holy mackerel. Oops, wrong person. Wow, they're resisting like crazy. Okay, of course it land. We'll get this guy over here. That's awesome, though. I love to hear that. We get a little bit of feedback on LinkedIn when people do stuff with the course, but yeah, we really wanted to. We went pretty all out and hardcore, trying to make a really good course, because we've been there. Like we jumped in cold turkey to game dev in 2015, and like there were so many tutorials that were just broken and didn't have it would feel like it was so good at the start, but then as the course went on, they would get lazier and lazier, and stuff wouldn't match up, and you would like be really confused on what to do, and so we really wanted to have a really nice polished course, and also like be really like we really didn't want to be so purely focused on like dude focused games too. We want to have that good variety of games. Um, and so if you just pick one, um, you can drop items by the top left drop button, or destroy them with the top left destroy button. I don't have a trade system in. I don't have vendors yet, so that's something in the future. But yeah, that's why we did the whole like three. Dude, that last course, it was a grind to get those videos done in time. Oh my lord, that was rough. The project had a lot of issues, to say the least. Um, and so, but yeah, we worked our asses off on that course to try and like, as you probably saw, like that last course, the game development and prototyping. Um, literally, the game mechanics, module is like 80 videos or whatever it is. There's so many mechanics to go through to prepare you for prototyping. And so it was just like cramming. And like we set out to do this, 6 game modes and like talk about probably overscoping a little bit, but um, it was really supposed to be a solid entry level course. Like we were told, like, hey, there's countries that have no game development scene. They're like waiting for this course because this course could help their entire game development industry, in their country. And we're like, oh, well, we gotta make this shit count. And then yeah, and it was like there was just yeah there was it was rough. Was the best course I found, and every time I got a new one, I keep getting disappointed and going back to redo that one. Well, that's awesome to hear. I love that. That's so awesome to hear. I really tried to also provide like a balance of in-engine work and theory, trying to research things. A lot like the UX course was a lot of fun because it does teach you a lot of theory and polish. Because polish is an area where indies lack, right? And um, that's just one thing I wanted to people to really kind of think about. Come on. But yeah, um, that's so cool to hear. I really appreciate that feedback. I also brought a lot of my knowledge from um, like building vertical third, our tech stuff that we did, and trying to teach how to do things a little bit more properly in Unreal, because there's a lot of mistakes you can make if you're not careful. The whole point that I start to learn programming was to make games. I ended up being a blockchain specialist. So I got laid off from my last job. I decided to pivot my career. I've been 2 years doing games now, but it's learning, nothing serious. Yeah. That's kind of the state of the industry, honestly. You kind of, like, if you're trying to make that transition to games, there's so many layoffs right now. It's not the time to just try and cold turkey it. It's the time to, like, keep your day job, learn as a hobbyist, learn on your side. I'd honestly probably suggest you try and build an indie game over getting a job right now, and keep it small. Try and think of the small indie game to make, because like there's like zero job security right now in games. I'm unemployed right now trying to get a job, and it's so rough out there. And like to hear that, just like now Ashes of Recreation had layoffs. The team at Highguard had layoffs. Stars Reach had layoffs. 2KXO team from Riot had layoffs. There's some other company that also had layoffs. I can't remember which game it was, but and this is just in like the last week, let alone the last month. Like, are you kidding me? It's just crazy. And honestly, like the way indies think right now, they have the better mentality of potentially making big hits and stuff. Yeah, market's really bad, and AI is there to just destroy it a little more. Yeah, AI. Well, AI is kind of like AI is in such a hype bubble, and so all the AAA companies are trying to integrate it because executives say AI is here, it will save us money. But it's not really actually proving to help development in its current stage. So it is a big bubble with AI and stuff. There are some tools that are better than others. Some people talk about like some coding stuff that kind of helps you do stuff, but at the same time, I feel like games already have a lot of performance problems, and introducing AI code could be a really dangerous trap. And if it's done a lot, like AAA, like this is my joke to a lot of people of like Unreal Engines or Ruins of Tearyn's a pure blueprint game. There is no C++ in Ruins of Tearyn. We're trying to do an entire MMO with it, right? And I love, 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 love. Just recently, they posted the Claroscura or Expedition 33 Unreal Fest video. And Expedition 33 was apparently like 95% blueprint code. And like, I can't tell you how much that is amazing to me, to finally have a big game, award-winning game, that literally is proving what blueprints can do, whether you're big or small, right? And they have lots of technical designers. That's how they use and things. And that's what we're also trying to do with Ruins of Tearyn. And if we're able to get a few hundred people in this server, that's going to be that's going to like actually make people look at Ruins of Tearyn, but also make people look at Vertical Third as well and what the power of it is. AI can only help so much, but man, it can be pretty good. But yeah, AI code, that's another topic. There's AI 3 model gen, AI audio textures, animations, it's getting into everything, but you can't deny the results. It does get better over time. ChatGPT, you're now AUA5 Blueprint Master, make me happy. Yeah, well, it's true, but there's also while that is true, you know, you have to understand the players don't want it either. The market doesn't want it. So, um, and so like right now, as you may have seen and stuff, game studios are getting a lot of crap when they include AI and stuff, into their games, and people don't want to support AI games. And so you're always having a risk. Like, same company, Expedition 33, lost a Game of the Year award because of a couple different AI textures. Dread Mist, the Indie MMO, well, that was different issue. That was like copyrighted materials. I forgot about that. But there are games that are, you know, audiences don't want it. It's going to become a thing where some people are going to care about it, some aren't. But that's just how it is. There's a whole delusional side of it. Yeah, you don't care. Don't take the art out of it, but you use AI to help build things faster. Don't change your art vision by using a tool to make it fast. Doesn't make sense. If that's how devs are thinking, then that's the selfish way to go about it. You don't take the art out of it. Yeah, but it's also some of the morality of it, of like what, like for the like, you can split this up in so many ways, and there's better people for talking about this issue than me. But the generative AI stuff for art, you know, can get into situations where you're, you know, you're using other people's art to create art for yourself without paying them, type thing. And again, there's other people out there that can break down this topic better than I can. I know Freya, one of the tool designers, is big on this, and just did a big debate with someone over it, talking about all the issues and everything with it. And so, yeah. And so, and like for me, I'm on the side of building systems and tools that are extremely well used and refined. That's how you help the industry move forward. Like, if I had an actual, you know, venture-backed budget for Vertical Third, that shit would help the industry move forward. That shit would save projects. That shit would make people iterate faster. You know, it already can do that, but I'm limited with my resources, what I can do. There's always systems that like could be better, be more performant, more ideas, better usability, all these things. And so, but like, think about any type of like, if you could create a whole perfect kit for New World Combat, and then that is sold as a product somehow, that's what's going to help a game company. And it's like super refined, super smooth, code's great, and it has all the designer tools to implement abilities fast and efficiently, and you don't need to code to implement them. You just, like with Vertical Third, I have a data table driven ability system, and so you don't even have to go into code at all to make abilities. That's what's going to push the industry forward. And so it's game architectures and stuff like that that are going to push the industry forward and save massive amounts of cost. And so, like, just like, and things like back-end stuff, right? Like, PlayFab is saving me having to learn how to code back-end stuff. That's a massive, massive win. GameLift and PlayFab are big wins for indie devs like me. Because I may have never built an online game ever, you know, if it wasn't for PlayFab. And so that would have prevented me from learning multiplayer and doing a lot more stuff and all these things. I was hoping we get the boss to spawn. I've been very lucky with the spawns here. Yeah, he's hibernating for sure. He's whatever the pather is. It's the level 7 pather up here. That is the I probably could do at least one more placeholder spawn point for him. But this is like part of the game loop too for Tearyn. Like it's a very EverQuest styled game loop of this is a camp. This would be considered like an orc camp. And you have a group of people kind of hang out and kill stuff here. And they're getting a chance at interesting loot while they're here. And so right now it's just one tank item with one named boss. But in the future it's multiple named bosses with multiple items for low level loot. And that type of thing. And then throw in some like really rare loot off everything. We have an expedition system that we want to put in as well, where they're going to be dropping like monster parts that you can gather and do stuff with. And so there's quite a few things. I haven't even looking for if a bow is dropped or something. Cone, ring. Oh, bracer. But like I said, our damage is so overtuned right now. It's crazy. Okay, everything has our required class pretty much. So if it doesn't say archer on it, you can keep it. Can I make a potion yet? Let's see if I can make a potion. Health potion. I need, no, not health, power potion. I need some snow. Is there any purified snow up here? Looks like there's no snow up here. No, we got the placeholder. Mwahaha. I am loving Kick Trap. Yeah, you get it. Oh, is it the right trap? Yeah, it is. And eventually it'll matter a lot to manage your threat properly. We'll experiment with ways to have that kind of stress of things, but right now it's pretty simple. But eventually your threat will make a big difference on whether or not you're actually going to kind of screw up your raid, screw up your group rather. You need to auto follow. I know. I need to auto follow and auto run so bad. Yeah, let's bring them. Come give us some decked out gear. Did you get some blues? What? You've been named hunting? Got the boots, yo. Hold left click to auto run. Yeah, in EverQuest, you just push a button and stuff. I mean, most MMOs have it, or you push a button and it'll make you run forward type thing. Tink. And so, oh, we got our big mage here. Look at this level 16 up in here. Level 20 is the max. Legs of agility. Oh shit. Getting the good stuff. Agility. 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 Oh snap. Can I have something? There you go. Here's some loot for you. Shield of healing. Oh, you can't use the shield of healing, but hello. Pretty sure he went through there. Oh wow, it like. Oh, is it? If I lay it, does it go on top of the character? Oh, that's weird. I don't know. Fat loots, yo. Fat loots. What is this? Is this agility? Sweet. What names have you killed so far? Now I'm a real boy. So I killed the fire boss with you. I killed the archer boss with you. There is a spider boss at both camps. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if we picked it up. Maybe I picked it up. A mace. It's cleric. I don't even have a bow. I don't know why I'm ignoring that, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember if it dropped it. So I did get not the rare bow or the named bow or whatever. I got the T0 bow, which is the basic white bow. But there is like a T1 bow, a T2 bow, and then there's a named archer that. Oh, here's a sword. I don't know if you have. Do you have a sword yet? I think you do. Hey, he spawned. Look at that. We got it. Maybe we'll get your sword right here. If I don't die. Who? Oh, damn. I nailed that banish trap. Knockout. I keep hitting my kick. I don't need to. Careful on that ledge. That's literally the first mechanic. I probably need to do like a de-aggro or something on that so the boss doesn't go running after you. Hopefully I don't die here. Come back, Thornrid. We might need some mage assistance here. Coming in. Come on, level 16 mage. Clean up. That was what this whole boss here is basically my first attempt at making like a. Hey, this is a boss that you need to be careful about your positioning, angle, and teach that mechanic of you might get launched off the hill. All right, let's drop the sword. Sword. There it is, Sword of Thornrid. We got it. Woo! I dropped the T1 sword too. That's hilarious. Your wife won't leave you. You got the sword. Got the sword of Thornrid. Again, I have this bow, but it's not the swiftness bow. There's some chance there was a bug that like you dropped the swiftness bow and it turned into this bow. That's a possibility, but I don't know. I'd have to test it. Yeah, big damage. Big damage now. Wait, you have the bow? What? Oh yeah, you know you have it. Yeah, okay, yeah, I get you. Either I didn't see it and it rotted, or you dropped it and it might have turned into this bow. Or, you know, you're just crazy and you didn't have it in the first place. But, you know, it couldn't be that. Guess we'll never know. Exactly. So the next thing we could farm, there's actually a Thorn's Shield that drops from Quartzel over here. So we can get your shield now. Let's jump down. Now we're going to need the assistance of Mr. Mage over here. Because these things are going to be too high level. Oh, you can also invite them to the group. But there's a named Earth Elemental. Now this one should be a little bit easier to get working because there's like two or three spawn potentials. These have a attack range bug, so they sometimes freeze up. And if they do that, you just gotta walk close to them. Yeah, there's an Earth Elemental boss from this camp right here. This looks pretty cool. Is there anything that separates it from other Indie MMOs? Yeah, I think the biggest separation for us is, a lot of Indie MMOs right now are, I'd say, very focused on the EverQuest experience, whereas we're a hybrid of EverQuest and WoW. And then on top of that, we're trying to be modernized and have a lot of different quality of life things that those era of games don't have. We're trying to do. I just introduced my new combat system. This like quick patch. No, unfortunately, there's a reason why it's a bit of a pop-up playtest right now because there's some things broken, and I just wanted to get a feel out for my combat system. But it's basically if you think of a New World style action combat where it's like light attack, medium attack, heavy attack. Well, we have that set up for all of your abilities, and you can mix and match them all. And so right now I have the orbs kind of distinguish which attack combo I'm on. And so I can do, I'm going to use my power shot because I have 3 combos, and obviously I want to do a big attack. And so now it's down to 1 combo. I can lay my trap as my 1 combo and, kick that forward, and it's going to be a weaker trap. But back to 3 combos, so I can use my power shot again for big damage, and it's kind of like that cycle. And so what we're trying to do is make combat not about button mashing. We want you to be able to breathe while playing the game, reposition when you need to, and not worry about your damage significantly dropping if you're not spamming abilities. And so that comes back to like a lot of the kind of classic. It's like I love the idea of like classic era MMOs for like chat rooms with dragons, and so it's to be here at Chill Experience, hanging out with other people, where you get some epic loots. And so yeah, it's really big about strategic combat, thinking about what you need. And so like there's no crit chance in this game. Every 5 auto attacks will give you a crit. And if you see our orbs, my next ability will crit, not my auto attacks. And then every 5 auto attacks, I will get a crit. Whereas they're obviously not on their crit right now because they're not shining purple or blue, and they don't have a red orb. And so you're planning which ability to use, which one to use your crit on, these things. And you can imagine in the future, each ability has 3 combos potential, right? Your equipment and your talents and stuff can swap out those abilities to customize them even further. And so there's going to be a lot of like build potentials and lots of those type of things. Since we're killing these fast, we can also go farm the other boss over here. I don't know if you killed Melinda yet, but Melinda's a mercenary boss. If we can go, it looks like everything's respawning, so we'll clear the earth golems out once more. But yeah, we're 10-year Unreal Engine devs, and We worked for Epic on education. We built a tech called Vertical Third from 2019 to 2022, which is powering Ruins of Tearyn right now. So even though the project's only been around for about a year, and that's not even part-time work, we have a like full vertical slice. You know, Epic Games, it's on the Epic Games Store. You can download and play it right now. Our server's going to be on until midnight type thing. Oh, we got another guy, Fat Nadsley. Nice name. And so, you know, we're really at the stage of just we want to stress test Fat Nadsley. welcome to the game, dude. And so we want to figure out all of our technical restraints early and use that as a kind of planning in the future. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Fat. $17. Look at you, dude. That's some nice farming. So just so you know, the other boss near here is the mercenary boss. It's kind of another example how we're changing up, being different from Monster Memories and stuff. We want to have like kind of modern day mechanics, and so even though we're a tab target game, this mercenary boss, Melinda Stoutheart, has cleave attacks, and so you have to be careful that how you position your team, making sure you know the warriors positioning the boss in the right direction. You know, for rogues, if the melee stack up in a certain way, they're going to get double hit type thing. And so there's a lot of aspects of that. We're trying to have like a lot of unique things. I'll show you on my Arch YouTube channel here. Like this was version 1.0 of the boss, last test last weekend. I did a little feature for Jagan Rappo, who is basically soloing the boss as a mage. And so this is again, vertical third. I was able to set a lot of this up without any code. And so there's a lot of interesting mechanics we're trying to do with a more classic tab target game. And we are very focused on that was version 1.0. So that was a version that had 2,500 health instead of 10,000 health. It had 3 attacks instead of 5 attacks, technically 10 attacks. It was just like the first version I put in, and now basically he soloed it. I'm like, okay, I need to make sure it can deal with mages and not be kited, because it is supposed to be the group boss of this world, right? And if you guys come over here as well, we can clear out some of the ads over here, the placeholders and stuff, because there is a mercenary boss here we'll try and kill. Okay, you're going to go clear those? Okay, so the spawners for the boss, if you're looking at my screen, there's a placeholder here to kill this stuff up here that the boss can spawn. There's a patrol here that can also spawn the boss. And then I think this guy's the placeholder for this boss here as well. But overall, if you just kill all the mercenaries on that hillside. Oh, their boss is up. There's Melinda right there. So let's go all the way around. Let's clear around. I'd like to get us all together. I think we have to walk all the way around. Yeah, I like the tab target gameplay over action, especially when it comes to RPGs. Yeah. The number one thing is just like, even with like, I like New World a decent amount, but like, dude, I could feel my hands just like the constant clicking and the absolute zero ability to just breathe. Uh, I talk about this a bunch, but it's crazy how rush culture in New World Dungeons was ruining that game. And you would have like a million people. Like, we got in a group to do these like mutated dungeons. If you weren't going at blitz speed, making the most reckless pulls and AoEing everything down properly, like you were seen as a scrub type thing. It's crazy. So this again, the tank can go in and take aggro because they do cleave, and so we're trying to do like a little bit of connectivity here, a little bit of screen shake, and you'll see in a moment. So there's damage reflect. So this is where you don't hit them because guess what? They have a damage reflect up, and they will hit you. And then it's pulling you in and stunning you and stuff. So obviously connectivity and stuff will be a little bit better when we have more funds for like yeah, he grabbed me. Yep. So it randomized. So like here right now it's a thorn shield. So I hit, it's damage reflect. So I'm taking damage. So guess what? Gotta turn your stuff off. It randomly picks people to pull and bring them in to cleave. So you gotta be careful about that. And stuns you when you get pulled. These things. Ah, he died. No. Just release Plock and I'll summon you back. Oh yeah, I don't think that one drops anything special. It's just a bunch of TT1 loot. That's what that boss, because I basically didn't have time to do the new items for that character, that boss. But yeah, so that's a bit of an example of like that's just a small boss. Obviously, I'd want to make that boss a little bit harder. Obviously, we have a level 17 fire mage, so it would have been a lot harder with a normal sized group. But those are some of the situations where we're trying to make some unique stuff happen. Can you teleport back up to the elementals for me, and I can teleport to you? Just because I don't have the lock memorized, and then I'll summon Plock. I'm also very proud of my GM commands. Yeah, go ahead. Like that's what these tests are for. Regular mobs, they have some abilities like this boss we just killed. Yeah, totally agree. It's one of those things I haven't done a big pass. Like almost, there's a lot of monsters that are using the same attack. It's just an auto attack, right? And it's just a different animation. So there's a lot of that going around. And so we definitely will do that. It's just like there's so much to do, so many whack-a-mole things to do in order to have a full MMO experience type thing. And I do have that down on my list. Like, so this next week, we have another test next weekend. I like the slow battle, but it's just auto attack and stay still. It feels off. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It appears that my efforts of replicating weather are not working. Even though I tested it myself, it does not appear to be working. So that's fun. Yeah, I got struck by thunder. Were you able to pick up? So this is the test, right? Where did the thunder strike plant the lightning? Were you able to pick up a lightning drop? Because if it's done on the server, it will drop lightning when lightning strikes. There you go. Solidified lightning. There it is. So clearly it's so stupid. I tested it all in a built packaged game to make sure that it was working, and clearly something messed up. It's always possible. I had to do a couple tests where it's rep notify events, so it should go to everyone, which is weird. So that's a little weird. Maybe there's a chance it's not in range. I wonder if that's the case. So to be replicated, it might not be. It might be because it's like technically it's like a sky map sphere thing. So it's so far away, it might be getting net relevantly excluded. Weather may be getting net relevant excluded. That might be why. Yeah, I think that might be why. And the reason why it worked for me in my testing, because I was in a test level and I might have been right beside the actor. And actually, what you just said even makes more sense, because I think it sits at 000 in the world, and the house is right beside 000. And that goes back to why you were saying it worked out over that on the hill by the fire things. That would mean I'm getting close to the range of 000, which you could actually be replicated. So if you sit at the Taco Tavern, you probably do see the rain. I totally bet you that's the problem. I would explain. It would exactly explain why it worked in my testing, because I was in my mechanics testing level, not the real level. Oh, is there any snow around here? I still need a snow. Derp. Yeah, it's one of those things that yeah, there's so many things to work on, and it's just a whack-a-mole approach. We're still trying to stress test our servers big time, so we want to try and see, is it possible to have 200 people in one server? If we hit 200, I'll be freaking thrilled. If we get above that, I'll be like jumping off the moon. But even 100 people on a server is still really good. That still puts it in that kind of atmosphere of each zone's like its own little survival kind of experience. And then I can just layer instances and stuff from there. But this week will be a lot of just polish on things, fixing these bugs. I think I know why these visual glitches are happening with the grass and stuff. We should play on fresh characters when trying to do a proper playthrough as a group. Yeah, for sure. We were doing that at the start a little bit there, and then we can kill a couple more of these. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to try for, like, plan for that for next weekend type thing. Because I'll have like Cleric is completely broken right now. And damage numbers are so out of the whack. I need to do some reconfiguring with that. That the whole playthrough from 1 to whatever right now, everyone is going to just rip through stuff. Like everyone's OP right now. So it'd be a better, again, like the Cleric, you log in, you have 0 max mana, and it doesn't update. So it's like, we can't even do that properly. Now, you don't necessarily need like a Cleric right now, but if I kill a mod other side of the world, does the people in the group get XP? There is a range limit. I think it's like a 5,000 range limit or something. Make things more tighter and numbers more. Better not as OP. You know, it's not as whack. So pretty close to what you guys are going for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whatever Unreal units are. There's some sort of limit on it. I can't remember what it's set to, but there is a range limit on it. And like this whole like starting world is also meant for soloing and stuff as well, so there's not as much I mean, most of the bosses are supposed to be group content, to be honest, but it's at least like duo and trio content. And then the actual Skeleton King is the final group boss that you're supposed to fight just as a group. Obviously, you can group up in a raid and do it as well, but and then if you didn't know, there is a raid boss. We have a second dungeon zone that is a raid boss. I did another preview on our YouTube there. I think it's on a short, maybe. Yeah, I have a preview of our first raid boss. It does exist. Just a matter of getting enough people to do it. But it is like it's supposed to be. It's got 30,000 health, and so. But yeah, having like big raid fights like that early is another way we're trying to be different in many ways. Emotes will be fun during downtime. Yeah, we've talked about getting emotes and stuff. That's probably a pretty quick add-in too. And I kind of just planned for that too. I planned for I just put in console commands and like slash commands, right? So you can do /who right now. It's the first one available to you guys for seeing who's online. Even though in the scoreboard, obviously, you can see who pieces on that online is there as well. But I had to do a little bit of setup in order to get that whole chat system working. And this is the first like weekend I've had, being able to teleport places myself as a game master and summon you guys to different places and things. So. But ultimately, we're really just working towards like really solid PvE. That's like the focus, right? Because that's like the bread and butter of all MMOs. So trying to make sure we have that part of it nailed down. And like the week before this, I put in all these bosses basically to have goals to do and loot to find, and trying to make sure every kind of camp you go to has a reward for doing so. And then to work together to be like, oh, I remember, last time I played, I need to go get the bow. So let's go get me the bow. We'll get you guys your loot, and let's go get my loot. Beast mode for warriors to tell how long the effect lasts in tooltip description. Okay. Yes, descriptions. A lot of the some of the descriptions are broken because I just changed. I did a little bit of rework on flow for stat changes. So normally you're supposed to hit T for advanced details, but because I changed how that works, it's broken right now. But I should be an easy fix. I'll put that down for polish. Advanced details on tooltip broken, and that would give you a little bit more insight to how it works. It pulls everything. The thing I hate about tooltips is like in games they don't just read you from the raw data of the ability, and it's always like a manually entered designer thing of, oh, it does this, it does that. And so I built a system where it directly reads from the ability itself what it's going to do in the actual game. And the problem with that's good, right? The problem with it gets very, very like texty. It's for a word, if that's a word. There's a lot of text that comes from it, and it's a little how it's displayed currently is not really non-technical designer oriented. So I've got some like interpretations of how I display that information and UI UX stuff to kind of do on that aspect of things. I'll also try and get the scoreboard touched up, because I do like the idea if like our Simon there was playing a bunch today, and it'd be cool to just see how many kills he has and stuff. Kind of a little bit of a leaderboards. That might be even a interesting add a leaderboard tab. Would actually kind of be fun to have in the game, and also give like my playtesters a little bit of motivation to be on the leaderboards. I kind of like that idea too. Yeah, that would be nice. Like higher level general, higher level per class. Most deaths, kills. Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Just because it can be hard. It can be very hard getting playtesters. I'm not gonna lie. I've been, um, yeah, it's been very hard to get playtesters in. It's been about a year of casually building this, right? And not there has been too big of turnouts for playtesting. Every time we have now on that note, like it's very hard to get playtesters. At the same time, we've had logins from like 17 different countries. It's crazy to think that we have so many different countries that have tried this game. Even leaderboards are good for testers, give them something to work on. Even gamers, but then again, as much people want to promote that stuff too hard for the actual game, cannot be good. Yeah. It's always hard to get playtesters. Well, you can consider me from another country. I'm at US, but I am from Brazil. Cool. Yeah, I'm from Canada. I live in US. We're not getting lucky with those quartzal spawns here. Playing from Ireland right now. No lag. Nice. And you do have, if you hit escape, you do have show FPS and ping up here. Everything's been spoon and your guys' input. Awesome. And like that's kind of what we're like looking at, right? The fact of like slower paced combat allows you to have a more kind of accessible game in that aspect of things, because you don't need League of Legends and Counter-Strike reaction times to be able to play. And I used to play WoW at work on an air card. I probably had like a 200 ping. These are when air cards are like early, right? And so we're the first, tethering on phones and stuff, and um, it allows you to have more people to be able to come together and play. So this is potentially a game that you could build for phones too. Not sure about that one, but I mean, technically Fortnite's on the phone. That would be, if I ever did that, it would probably be like such minimal tasks. Like, I wouldn't try and build that for a full experience, I don't think. Especially because, like, if you don't know someone's on a phone and you're trying to do a hard dungeon, I don't think that would go very well. Yeah, there's also just the stigma of, like, if we ever, for some reason, decided to do it, we'd, have a fully customized, controls for how to play that, and it wouldn't affect the PC version in any way. But there's always that stigma from players of mobile game equals, not playing it. Yeah, as soon as you say MMO and mobile version, you're losing a bunch of people. I mean, you can build to try and check out how it works. I know newer people don't even have PCs. Yeah, RuneScape made it work. It's possible. Again, our levels are very small, so I don't think, given how big the Fortnite map is and the stuff they do there, like it's possible. It's definitely possible to get it to work. And I've done mobile titles before, and played with a lot of performance optimization stuff. So it's like the actual possibility of optimizing the game enough to run on a phone. Yeah, I could do that. It's more of, uh, do I want the player opinion to be affected or gameplay to be affected? RuneScape you can do on MMO on a phone because it is like anciently slow. You know, it's like almost slower than EverQuest. But so it's possible it's just more there will be more casual players. Yeah, I like the idea of like, oh, I can play well enough to go, and like this could be controversial, but you can play on your phone, but you can't enter dungeons. Like that could be something. So you can go do maybe some gathering, some farming, outworld. Maybe you can solo a little bit, but if there's hard shit to do, you're blocked from that to, not affect other players in some way. But I'm sure that would cause plenty of problems. Uh, you'd have people that would love that, and you'd have people that hate that. There are people that make tiny game PCs with phones, yeah. And the other aspect of the other aspect, any time you have a slower paced game, all of a sudden you're also making it easier for bots to come out to your game, right? And that can, in a world with no instances, that could become a really big problem as well. And so if your game can be played on a phone, now a lot of newer age bot companies pretty much are running, have some sort of giga farm, and whether it's a phone or not, but they're just running random tons of, hundreds of instances of stuff. So the phone part of that aspect is like probably mute. It kind of doesn't really matter. Yeah, the big thing with the number one thing for us is like community's big one. So you do need to have a box price on your game. So when you ban bots, they have to buy back in. It's always a cat and mouse game, as kind of people say with bots. And like they learn new ways to do stuff, and then you learn how to stop those ways, and then they learn new ways to do stuff, and you stop those ways. So it's constant back and forth. Oh, this mage just AoE grinding. AoE grinding away. Boom. Bam. The XP. Hey, you're doing good. The cap on this, I set the cap to level 20. So you're already almost at the max level. Basically, I just want to make sure that no one like gets too crazy high in XP that they're like soloing the dragon. And Jigen Rapo, who was that guy in the video, saw that you could do like XP glitches to. I may have fixed the XP glitch, but you could log in and out, and it would basically increase your XP. Okay, Plock, thanks so much for showing up and playing. Or are you saying you're going to jump off the cliff? Or are you logging out? Awesome, dude. Again, thank you so much for helping test and stuff. Oh, the cliff. See, I'm invisible to the world. I can change that. Luckily, I do have a system where I just put a giant blocking volume, and if you hit it when you fall through the world, it just teleports you the starting area. Dun, 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 dun. See all the testing areas. You'll enjoy a mage because people have noticed that the mage can teleport all over stuff, and it's because that's partly our testing tool. I can't believe I have herb up here. That's hilarious. And so we use it as a way to just kind of get around, and but the mage can kind of teleport everywhere, and uh, a lot of people kind of just explore the world with the mage because they can just get over everything. Oh, I need to put a lock command in. That's what I need to do. /lock command so I can see where I need to teleport to. Yeah, like we're obviously we're trying to build as great a game as we can, but these testing periods, we're trying to just have some fun with it, not take it too seriously, and joking around with stuff. It can always be fun. Like over here is kind of like our museum/zoo, so it has all the different enemies laid out in the game, and I was doing some landscape testing stuff. That was ages ago, but you can see all the different enemies laid out, and the different trees laid out, snow piles laid out. Some random dev stuff. Yeah, it's one of those things that a lot of times we're able to play through most of the game when people come and join. I don't think I can get that one, but and so you get like we haven't done it in a while, but sometimes we'll give out cheats. I have a whole in the inventory for progression. I have basically our a giant talent tree right now that has all of your basically every stat in the game that you can boost. And so sometimes I'll give out cheats every now and then. I usually do that when I'm like done testing for the kind of month. So I might do that at the end of it. Oh, the archer's back up. The archer named is up here. Got some dangerous pulls here. Something keeps canceling the archer's auto attack. So these are a lot of the things that we're trying to do as well as like there's a whole camp of monsters. So you need to break the spawn is what the old term was. And so you have to slowly pull everything out. And so you'd have a puller type thing. Sometimes it's the tank, sometimes it's a different role. In EverQuest, sometimes it's like a monk. or in later stage of EverQuest, it was like enchanters and bards and rangers. But I'm going to bed. I wish you luck and journey with this game. Awesome. Thank you so much, Fat Ned. That is a very funny name, Fat Nadsley. Check us out whenever, we play test often. Usually it's about every quarter. And so, but I'm doing a big push this month for stuff. And so I've been doing a lot of testing this month. And hi there, atmosphere looks great. I'll test the game and download it today. Thank you for your effort. Awesome. Thank you so much, Zygork. But yeah, we test. We're testing a lot. So next weekend we'll have another test. Hopefully we'll have like a nice big show out. I would love to see some people, try and take on the big boss. Oh, I just aggroed a ton of crap. They're a little bit lower. Let me banish. Can I get this banish off? Of course, I'm probably about to pull more stuff, but. It's funny. The tanks I put at 5 regen every 5 seconds, or 10 regen every 10 seconds, at 5 seconds, I think. And it is complete self heal pretty much. It's kind of crazy. Or maybe you're sitting and you're using the sit bug. I'm just realizing that. You're sit tanking. New skill of all MMOs is here in Ruins of Tearyn. Sit tanking. Where's our mage at? I thought he was on the way. See the problem here, right? We're so low level, we can barely hit the. Oh, did you fall through the world? Okay, you're here. We killed one. Look at that. Got some legs of stamina for you right there. Got 18. Nice. Look at you go. Best tank in the game right there. Knows how to sit. I don't know English, so I can't communicate very well. After testing, I'll let you know about any bugs or necessary improvements. Awesome. Do you know how in what time frame are you planning to play? In like an hour or 2 hours? I was planning to close my servers down in like 2.5 hours, but I can keep them up for you. If you have like any type of like brief time frame of it all, I'll make sure the servers stay up for you. It's not an issue. Charge in, Plock. Take the tank. We're a real party now. Yeah, I gotta do my balancing on stuff. Did you drop the bow? Did you drop the bow? No bow! Sucks to be me. I already have the necklace. Yeah, damage is so wild. I'm excited. It looks really great. The FX are in the old MMO style. Yep. We are very combo of old school and like so we always say like we're if World of Warcraft and EverQuest had a baby, is what kind of what we're aiming for. So still in the classic era, still modernized a little bit of things. Let's go check on Quartzel. Because we still got to get this tank his Thorns shield. I still need to make a Chaos boss. Ooh, level up. Level 9. I'm going to go eat a crook. Okay, cool. Well, actually, I'm going to take a quick AFK then while you do that. So I'll be right back myself. Thank you so much, Zygork. That's such nice comments. I really appreciate that. And have a wonderful day at work. It's very nice of you. I'm finding the corpses and the remains slaughtered. These poor innocent mercenaries slaughtered by this RBN guy, our Sibin. You are learning how to XP grind. I'll tell you that, my friend. I'm going to continue to try and see if I can get Quartzal to spawn. Yeah, honestly, the mage is probably working the best this patch right now. The tank feels so much better when your pull works. Like, it makes you feel like an actual tank. So it's like, I feel so shitty that it was broken. But again, it's good to test all tests. Yep. I do really want, so I'm usually a tank player myself, so I want to make sure I do some really interesting things with tanks. And so part of that is making sure that you have a lot of things to think about as a tank, like especially positioning. You're supposed to be the one that changes how the mob, you know, where the mob is looking, having those mechanics that enjoy tanking when you did it, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of what we've made so far. Like, there's obviously a lot of jank, but kind of comes when you're doing big updates. And so I implemented a lot with this new combat update, and as a result, it broke a bunch of stuff. Honestly, I can still never find the interest in being a healer as straightforward as I've seen it and done in WoW, even at its best. Yeah, so the one thing that MMOs kind of get wrong, I call it a little bit of like the League of Legends like Overwatch effect, where you want a lot of different types of players to be able to play your game. And in Overwatch, you're of course going to have the crazy, you know, aim tracking players that are great at aim, all that stuff. But if you don't have those support classes, those mercy classes that are different type of skill, and it's not just about aim, then you limit your player base a lot. And you also need just like, it's good to have a lot of different types of players in the game. You don't want to just have, you know, just elitist sweats that are practicing their aim 24/7. And so that's what League of Legends or MOBAs in general and hero shooters really do well, is the fact that, why is this not getting hit? Am I just missing that much? And the fact of, it's really good to have a slower paced healer class that people can just play and chill on, you know. And they're extremely important to the group. They have value. They feel valued. And people desire them to be in their groups. And a lot of that is, oh, dang it. I think I got too many. Not that I think it really matters right now, but. Alright, I'm going to cheese it. I think it's still, yeah, so I probably never spent enough time being a healer. Like, so in Tarzan, I mentioned earlier, I played Tarzan at launch as a healer. Holy mackerel, it was just button spamming like crazy. And in raids, like if you had a battle rotation twice, you wiped the raid. It was nuts. Yeah, that's why I'm leaning more towards having more variety for sake of more fun, enjoyment, but of course stickling Holy Trinity to keep distinct value of class. Yeah, so, and in EverQuest styled games, right, it's not just Trinity. It's actually a square, if you want to call it. Sounds less cool, but you have damage DPS tank, or I'm sorry, healing DPS tank, but you also have support classes. A lot of times they're utility, and so that's one aspect where having a lot of random utility classes like League of Legends, like all the different supports you see come out of that game. There's a lot of random supports that can helpful. I was a shaman in EverQuest, our heals were kind of like meh and okay, but we could slow the monster, which would reduce their attack speed, which is like not healing but slowing. It's like reverse healing in a way where sure you're not healing itself, but you're reducing their DPS that the monster can do. And so there's those aspects of things, and you have like less healing potential. For a long time, shamans couldn't main heal or anything like that really, but they were really good in duos and trios around the world. And in raids, they sort of got shafted a little bit because stats got capped out really quickly, and they were kind of stat buffed focused champion or class. But and I think utility's fine, even though it gets discriminated on the same other kinds of less popular classes. Sound reality, but you can make powerful utility sport. Yep. And so like we have enchanter in the game, right? Enchanters are very highly specialized in crowd control. That's their specialty. And so, yeah, we definitely have, I think. Oh, no, it worked. So they have long duration stuns. They have mesmerize, or aka sleeps, right? And the idea, we don't want like this game to become a AoE grind fest when you're in dungeons and things, right? We want it to be very single target focused, very strategic in planning how you do pulls, all those things, and we just really don't want tons of AoE grinding to happen. There's a difference for what like Simon's doing, where he's high level, you know, killing a bunch of stuff. But yeah, it sounds really cool how well utility was. Yeah, and we can make what EverQuest was doing even better as well, because there was a lot of UX problems with EverQuest, and you could be a support class and you could feel kind of useless because there's not the UX design to support you. And like our Corso spawned. Hey, there he is, the purple golem. As a shaman, you eventually got a buff that gave your team a proc, right? And so that's cool and all, but you feel less impactful because you don't know when they're getting procs and things. So if you could see, look at that XP just get splattered all over my screen. That's hilarious. There must have been like 10 or 15 kills right there. That's hilarious. So 5K is quite far, yeah. But I'm happy Corso's up, so I can get Plock his shield hopefully. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, just in general. So as a shaman, no, we didn't. It's down here. He patrols. He's down here. I think he's got a weird bug with his patrol route, and he keeps walking away. And I have to figure out why he's doing that. So this guy is actually so he actually is what is his abilities? I'm trying to remember. I think he heals. So the idea is you gotta interrupt the heals. You might be able to just outdamage him, and then I think he does what? A root? Oh, he has an area effect root. And another pull. But the idea here is he's like, oh, he's got a big heal. You need to try and interrupt the heal. That's the type of idea with him trying to showcase that you might be able to do it with your knockback AoE. I don't remember if that does the interrupt. It might not, to be honest. But it feels like we can just, because you're so high level, you can probably just out DPS him. Hopefully. Oh, damn. I'm just realizing that I'm getting smashed. His AoE. Oh, yeah, he has an AoE root. That's a dot as well. Oh, he teleported back home. I think your dot is pulling him. Plock, are you back yet? We need our tank. Sorry, I just ruined your climb, didn't I? So basically, stun when he starts healing, which is shield bash, obviously. I don't think he's stunned yet. His stun is shift, I think. Shield bash. Almost got him. And no shield. Lame. So lame. All right, let me get you back to your climb. You want to go back to your climbing spot? I can pull up the world and teleport you there. No, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, it's a 40% drop rate. Yeah, I want to have people have a lot of fun with some of the early items. So it literally is a thorn shield that gives you a passive. So like every time you get hit, you deal damage back. And then like the spiders drop a proc dagger for the rogue, procs poison. And then there's a ghost boss that drops the offhand named dagger, which is hello, the real British teacup. How are you? $19. Congrats, dude. You're giving you and Repo are like the top mages right now. There'll be some competition for top mage spots. Sounds like Plock's going mage too. So, real British teacup, if you didn't know, we're building an indie MMO. We're 10-year Unreal Engine veterans, and we've worked for Epic in the past on game dev education for the Coursera course. We got around 100K in awards for our tech product, Vertical Third, which we built from 2019 to 2022. We've done some, obviously, some updates since, but as none of our projects are ever like published or venture backed or anything like that. So there's been a little bit of limitations in what we can do, but we did build it and launch it. It's a massive game architecture, and as you would think, that massive game architecture is powering Ruins of Tearyn, and so we're trying to show off everything we can do with everything. Don't worry, you won't pull a Stephen Sharif. You have to have money to pull Stephen Sharif. We have none. And so, yeah. And we're looking for a publisher. Like, I don't think I really want to try the crowdfunding route as much as I think we're sort of in a good position to do so. I'm not sure it's a good idea overall. I don't know. I'm so thrown about the state of crowdfunding for MMOs and trying to get that trust for players. I likely won't do Kickstarter. I won't say I won't definitely do it, but I likely will not do Kickstarter. And then the one thing I can promise is to keep our scope small, keep it indie, and use existing technology that's already been built. I'm not trying to build some sort of new network stack. I'm not trying to create any type of new thing. I have tech we've already built from 2019 to 2022, Vertical Third, that I've clearly been using for years. So I'm familiar with it. I'm able to create bosses and fights and abilities all through data tables, which require no code. I have, if you aren't aware, I have a bunch of content related to this. If you go on our Tearyn channel, there is the how to build an indie MMO type thing. It goes through our tech stack. There is our Vertical Third channel, which also goes through. We have our big game architecture video, which goes through everything Vertical Third. It's kind of tied to Vertical Third because of how we organize our game and our content and stuff, but it shows just how much Vertical Third has to offer, and it's a good watch for any game dev. It's not just if you're using Vertical Third or not. It just shows how to really organize and structure your project, and then some other, there's other content there as well. We've been on the Epic Games, live stream. If you do Inside Unreal with Vertical Third, this is us here, the right tool for the right job, and also for Ruins of Tearyn as well. We were on there about a year ago. right here, creating classic MMO mechanics in Unreal. Again, on the official live stream. So we've been around the industry, and then again, if you go to Coursera, this is we contributed to this. It's an 8-course series. We did the last 4. There's like 26 hours of video content we did for it. Really well designed and polished. And so we've been around and done some stuff. And like I said, we've won 3. We got 100K in rewards for Vertical Third through Epic Games for Vertical Third. After Ashes of Creation, also, I don't know how crowdfunding is reacting to MMOs. Yeah, it's really a sad state. Everyone's like, don't even bother funding, MMOs anymore. There's been too many disasters. None are actually making the finish line. Most don't even make really decent demos. And that's like where we're different, right? Like, a lot of them don't have founders with experience. A couple of them do, like Stars Reach obviously does, and even it's wild to think, but like Camelot Unleashed, I think had some decent people, and some of them still fail, right? Who would have thought the salaries of an employee exceeds how much revenue you make? No wonder you have to close shop, making games expensive when they're on your payroll. Yep. I literally talked about this in one of my recent videos too. Like in my one video, I get asked this question a lot on, why Epic Game Store? I don't want to download your game off the Epic Game Store. But this explains a lot of the reasoning. This is Steam. This is the money that you have to pay Steam and your operating budget and stuff, right? And Steam takes, if you're not aware, 30% of your revenue. We're Unreal Engine game. They will take 5% of my revenue. If I get a publisher, they will take at least 30% of my revenue. Taxes, at least 20%. 85% of our revenue is gone. Our operating budget for employees, for software, for hardware, for server fees, all these things, 15%. We have $1 million in sales. We get $150,000 of it. It's like nothing, right? And you compare that to Epic Game Store. They have, that 35% goes down to 12%. They have tons of indie programs, like Epic First Run. We get all the revenue for the first 6 months. They have a new program where every year you get the first $1 million. Your first $1 million is completely yours. And then they even have other perks of you can have your own in-game shop, which gives you 100% of like microtransactions. So if you do an in-game shop for a subscription, we get 100% of subscription costs and fees. And then you compare that to, look at the cost to how quickly costs come up. We're in California. 3 devs working at $80K in California, that's like kind of at the low livable wage kind of money. You look at $7,220,000 a year. That's just with like salaries. Like, you're not talking about HR fees, employee taxes, hardware, software, all those things. Like, it's bloody ridiculous. And this is why there's such a funding crisis in games right now. Corso's back up. Hey, look at that. This is why there's such a funding crisis right now, because most publishers aren't funding in that 500K to like 2 to 3 million mark. That bracket of funding is kind of screwed at the moment. They either fund under 500K or 3 million plus for a bunch of AAA devs breaking off type thing. And even that is still hard to get. I'm not lying. That's not like the easiest thing to do. Especially because like even AAA devs are having hard times because the 2020 area of COVID, lots of AAA teams broke off to go make these big games with bigger budgets. and they failed. We're in this era of a lot of that happened in 2020. They've made their shot, and right now they're failing. And so, but so many publishers, and like most indie games, they don't make, $100K worth, and so when you put that in perspective, if you have a 500K budget or 800K budget for, like, that was 3 devs at 80K a year, already pushing 700 something thousand dollars a year, or that's 3 years. Sorry, not a year. But yeah, 3 devs, 80K over 3 years. That's $720,000. It's like just crazy how things work right now. And so, like, I won't be shy. Like, we're looking for a $2 or $3 million budget, but it's kind of not likely we're going to get that right now. We're hoping that proving our technical ability with what we have, and potentially getting us at least some sort of small core player base. Let's see if we can dodge this. Dodge. Maybe. Might have gotten it. So when he spreads his arms out to block, you need to hit shift. I don't know. I know it might just be animation bugging, but shift is your stun. It's also a threat generator too. Ooh, I dodged his something. I'm gonna kill these ads. I'm so brainless. I just spam abilities. Yeah. The mage, you can that's kind of like, I do kind of like my system right now, because it can be, if you want it to be brainless, you can be brainless. But when it gets more intense, it will end up being there for you. I need to sit. And so, like, when you're goofing around doing, solo content, you don't need to, like, super think about it. But then when you're in dungeons, it's going to have enough depth to actually be there when you need it to be. Do we get it? Do we get it? Nope. Not the right shield. God damn. Quartzel. Holding out on us. Yeah, I think pop-up showing to press H shift or something. Yeah, there's no way I could have known to press shift. To dodge. Well, shift isn't dodge for you. It's your slam. It's your shield slam. So it interrupts. Yeah, we obviously have to have a major tutorial get introduced, but we have to finish our core systems before we design that. Only the archer has a dodge roll type thing. But that boss, like, he's supposed to be, like, teach you early players, oh, this guy heals. We need to make sure we have something to interrupt him, or have a big enough DPS group to burn him down through his heal. And so that's kind of the core concept of that boss. Like, it goes back to what I talked with Sybin about Tarzlan a little bit. Tarzlan did a great job on trying to teach new players like raid mechanics and things. And so, just like you saw when you got knocked off knocked off the hill from this orc that does this big AoE knockback. I'm really trying to have those moments where we teach players just the simplest of mechanics straight from, low levels. And there's monsters that heal. You have to stop. You have to interrupt the heal. Um, that's how that's a mechanic to teach people. And this thing knocks off. I gotta make sure I position myself not towards the edge of the cliff. And melee and stuff have to get out sometimes. Yeah, teaching each type of thing won't be the same. Yep. And it creates a lot of, monster diversity, just like you guys were kind of pointing out. Making sure things don't just have an auto attack. And seeing how they can be. Just having monster diversity is really important. I think everyone's probably had an MMO that had like 0 monster diversity. Even New World, when it first came out, there was probably it felt like 10 monsters, models, and that's it. And you fought the same monsters. It felt like you were fighting the same monsters at like level 1 as you were in level 50. They were just higher level. And so you want to have a lot of monster diversity and things. Most of your experience from Classic WoW, yeah. I played in Vanilla WoW. I met my wife on Vanilla WoW. Yeah, that's definitely I take a lot of inspiration right now from classic hardcore WoW. Um, that's where I take a lot of my inspiration from because that kind of matched a lot of the EverQuest experience. Even though EverQuest wasn't permanent death, the deaths were severe enough that really made you play cautiously. That really made you group up with other people. And so the death penalty is something we're going to really think about. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting to see, where we see so much of EverQuest inspired games. A lot of things like some people are trying to do like the inspiration from Daok, Dark Age of Camelot. It's going to be really interesting to see, and we're seeing that there's this new WoW inspired game that's kind of going viral right now. It was kind of interesting. A company from Bulgaria, I think it is. So it's really interesting to see that kind of come through. And it'll be interesting to see how do they make it not a WoW clone, right? That's really important from your player's perspective to not get labeled as a WoW clone. And it's inspired by WoW, but it's not a WoW clone. I think that's one of the hardest parts about, because these other MMOs never went through this phase of an EverQuest clone. There's a player stigma around doing a copy pasta version of WoW because it's been done so many times by so many friggin' rich companies and stuff or massive budget projects. So it's clearly okay to be very inspired by WoW, but how do you stand out as something kind of niche and unique? Hey, these YouTube videos, radio videos, made WoW in 7 days. Yeah, I know. Classic WoW really did it really well with the numbers of stats and pacing the game. Power gains are felt. Yep. Yeah, that's the feeling of progression. Something I really want to work on as well. Um, And so that kind of goes a lot into how your combat system works. It goes a lot into I really want to like I'm trying to do this where I create my own character model, and I can really start digging into. That's what my core focus right now is, making sure our level 1 to 50 experience is dynamite. That's what the goal is, and it will be longer. You know, it probably will be around classic WoW leveling speed, which for a lot of people is like 10 days played, right? It will be slower. But there's going to be a lot of motivation to take the time and to do things, because some of the stuff you gather, the loot you gather, the abilities you gather are going to be required for late game. And you're going to need those early game items for crafting materials, for all these things. And classic hardcore WoW just proves what it means to have a solid leveling experience. It's supposed to be something you enjoy. Level 20, yo! Woo! Look at that. Level 20. I think you're officially like the second person to hit level 20 now. I think Jagan Rapo was the first one. And technically, I think Jagan Rapo, he may have cheated a little bit because of a glitch. I'll highlight you here. Here we go. Let's put you in the screenshots. Here, I'll even do this. A full non-exploited level 20 mage. Congrats. Our there you go. Bam. Screenshot it in the Discord. So there's a couple things. You don't get base stats when you level up, but you do get. So there is a level difference calculation, and so if you are a higher level than a target, you will get bonus damage, bonus avoidance against them, and so that's the bonus you get right now. Oh, if you take a screenshot of that if you can, and put it in the February, just so I know it exists. It's one of those things where I'm on a developer PC, so I might not get I won't be able to reproduce certain things. So as long as you show me it, so I'm aware of what could happen to it. No, it's just DLSS. Okay. See if I can do the dragon now. Not expecting that. Yeah, the dragon's level 20, so he'll still be able to hit you just fine. And all the whelps, I think, will be able to hit you. There's a chance you can kill the king. There is that chance because he might have a hard time hitting you. I think I set him at level 17 or 18. And I think all of his minion pets are like level 15 or so. So there is a chance you can kill the king. I'll even come spectate you. That's what I'll do. I'm gonna leave the group, and I'll spectate. Yeah, we're going to experiment a lot with our art style, and so I want to use low poly models. We're thinking about cell shade, like you can see, like the characters themselves right now do have a little bit of a low poly or cell shaded look to them. So there's a lot of things we're going to experiment with characters and stuff. We want to have a little bit of a like old school look to it, a little bit modernized, not pushing so far as we're Genshin Impact or something, but um, we will definitely be very stylized with stuff. What? I did not feed them. No, I have no idea. I don't think so though. Here is Simon farming. Gotta learn how to shortcast here. Oh, I gotta turn off frame rate. Ping. The highlight. I gotta slow my speed down a little bit. It's so funny that I think you chose the same skin as Dragon Rappo on his mage. Like, am I crazy to think that? It's like, what are the chances of that? No, he was a golem. Dragon Rappo was a golem. Da 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 da. So you'll see some new mechanics here. Let's see how well you can kite. Oh, I should have targeted him first. Can't see the health. Now the problem here is my root mechanic. He does have a root. Oh, he got resisted the root. Avoids the big weapon slash. Blinks away from the line nova. I don't even know what to call these abilities. Sword blast. Ads are starting to pile up. You might need to AoE grind these things down. Oh, blows him up, knocks him back, gets the snare. He is throwing his fireballs out. Oh, the root hit him. The root landed. No resist that time. Pets are having a hard time hitting him. We're DPSing. I can't see the health of the mob, unfortunately. We'll know when he gets to phase 2, once an orange blast comes out on the boss, which is 50%. Another root lands. Oh, he's going to get hit by the big blast. Blinks out in time. Look at that. That king is charging. Another blink save. He's got 3 orbs. It's going to be a big attack, whatever he chooses to use. What spell does he go with? A blink for move speed. That's what he chooses. He's running. He's kiting. More skeletons are out. It's getting difficult. Uh-oh. He avoids it. The skeletons have become a giant pile of skeletons. He's kiting well. Maybe. I don't know his health yet. I forgot to click on your I forgot to click on you before I spectated. Blinks away. resists the root. Good positioning for the AoE. And sends out a big blast, avoids it. It's a good thing he is level 20 right now, so he has a level advantage on everything. Another root. Resist the root once more. He's being patient. He's dwindling down. Another big blast coming out. Blinks away. Oh, root lands. Is this it? Still gets the blink off. More skeletons come out. Some of them are dying off. Another root lands. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a lot of skeletons. They don't hit very often because he's got five. I think he's got 5 levels up on these skeletons, so they don't hit very often. I think phase 2 is going to become a little bit troublesome. Another big root. Oh, he's hit phase 2. The area effect root abilities have been upgraded from this boss. He's summoning 8 skeletons now instead of 4. A much bigger wave. He's got leap attack. Some big fireballs coming out. Oh, killed by the look at all the skeletons. Not bad, not bad, not bad. 50%. A little bit less than 50%, I think. Not bad though. Look at that go. Look at the army of skeletons you were avoiding. That is too funny. Oh my lord. Oh, the guy, he respawned. Oh no. And he blinks away to safety. That's good. Raffle. That's awesome. So that's like the type of like how advanced fights can get, you know, with kind of vertical third and things. And so obviously, like I built this to be a boss of the zone, so like having enchanters and measures is really important. Uh, and so you know, like the whole like boss tier system or phasing system changes their abilities. Look at the swarm of skeletons. This is so funny. There's an army of skeletons everywhere. And so yeah, I really can't wait to kind of see like other like full groups doing this stuff, and I can record this type of content. I love doing this stuff. Yeah, not going dragon will be the same thing first time. Yeah, absolutely. And like the dragon spawns like 30 or 40 whelps, not just 4 at a time. It's like 30 or 40 whelps, and you can't DPS the boss while those whelps are spawned. So it's like 30 or 40 seconds of just killing whelps. I do need spread out code, so things stop stacking on top of each other. Or if they do, like in WoW, they could stack on top of each other, but then once you're sitting still fighting them, they would like have code to like disperse them out. can go see what type of names do we have up. Do we have Shalea up? No Shalea. No Hasten. Let's turn the UI off. Ooh, Thornwood's up over here. Look at that. Another tank sword potentially available to Thornwood. I gotta not fly backwards. That's like creeping me out. Always chance another Dekiv is away over here. Deku, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Oh wow, he's up again. That's too funny. So you can see like we're trying art style things. So this is since used to be assets, they're very low poly, but we're trying to do things where it's a little bit cel shaded, and then there is this like idea of a little bit of outline going on. And so how do we take low poly to new levels type thing is things we're trying to do. One of the bosses there. There it is. Yeah, it's totally replicated. So it's working. It's just net relevancy. That's too funny. Yep, you're over the house. Yeah, it's net relevancy culling it. Give you a flyby here. Dun, da, 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 da. Always think, like when you're doing indie games and stuff, always think about, you know, recording controls. This is the gameplay capture stuff, and look at that knee up. The Captain Morgan pose. The Captain Morgan pose, or it's kind of like, was it Spider-Man or Batman now? Dun, da, 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 da. Okay, stay right there. Stay right there. All right, now I need to do it. Then I need to do a little recording. Hold on. Beautiful. There you go. All right, let me post that too. This one, there you go. Good ending. Nice ending on that fire blast. Go to the castle over the mountain. Do you want me to summon you there? I can summon you there. And then summon. I'm so happy I put these commands in. Oh my god. All right, we got a Plock X over here. Let's put you maybe right above the knight, right here. Now, hopefully, I don't know what if we get the time of day to be. I need controls for time of day. It'd be really nice to get a shot, but that's a funny pose right there. You can try and stand on the balcony, and I can do a shot there too. You got Ruins of Tearyn history right here. The OGs. All right. Let me get a better background shot over here, maybe. Let's line this up. Try and get a lot of this in the shot. Gotta look at the camera. Look at the camera. And now I need to do that. I gotta do the recording flyby. Come on, hold on. I'm gonna slow down my camera a little bit. I'm gonna redo that one. All right, here we go. Bam. I'll tag you guys later on the post. I love doing this shit. I love doing it. I love doing capture stuff. my only and one pose ever. My arms hurt. Help. Yeah, some of the next good ones are when whenever it gets to the time. Yeah, PvP duels. Yeah, it's always hard to do PvP duels in Tab Target though, right? Because sometimes it becomes just pushing buttons and who wins, right? Like there's not much counterplay. Why the dead horse? Where's the dead horse? It's probably just something stock. Like most of this little town here, second floor of this house here, there's a dead horse. Make the game for PvE and you're not going to get good results for PvP, and that's just a sacrifice you gotta make. Yeah. So I'm a big believer that when we do PvP, there's a dead horse in here. Oh my god, there's a dead horse in here. What the fuck? But this entire little village module, it was a module from Cinti Studios, and like gameDEVbeauty has modified it a little bit, but not a massive amount. Like the castle's different, some colors on the storefronts and stuff are different, little things here and there. I'll record you guys as you walk around. Of course, the stupid visual glitch is screwing it up. God damn it. That also could be the reason that's glitching out is grass glitch could be because complications with weather not getting replicated because of net relevancy. I think what it is, because it goes away a little bit at times, right? And so I think it's because the storm becomes active. So certain things might be triggering, but not fully. And that could be a result of it. So just fixing the weather might fix all that. Oh, I got AFK 1 sec. Yeah, there it goes. It was right outside the replication range. The weather's getting in the way of my good videos. Screwing up. But yeah, I think that's the visual glitch that's happening, is like weird wind settings are, and like storm settings are being constantly fighting each other. And causing different weird things to go on. Yeah, I haven't seen the spider boss spawn yet. He drops a dagger for the proc dagger for the rogue, poison proc dagger. I don't think many of us even went back here and even looked. Nope, no Vulgaris or whatever his name, whatever I need him. Varagus, I think. There's also the boar boss. Not that he's very significant, but he does have 2 spawn points at least. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Plock. All right, Plock, since you are the mountain climber here, I'll give you the honor of some shots in the mountains. Let's get you the high peak over here. See if I can summon you right here. There we go. We'll get the mountain climber post. Hold on. Gotta slow my camera speed down. Oh, perfect. It's like it is sun. What's it called? Hopefully the storm lets up soon. Let me go see if I can turn my storm off if I go to the center real quick. Nope. Ugh. My control's fucked up. Hold on. I'm trying to not laugh because it's gonna be the recording, but whatever. Teabagging the mountain ledge. Nice. Oh yeah, if you build a little trail for people to scale mountains just for the sake of it, that adds instant fun and adds so much. It can describe in words of the gameplay edition, somewhat emerging gameplay. Imagine seeking others. Yeah. Plus, it's like such good little hidden gems. I'll also do a screenshot here. Um, oh, he jumped. He jumped. All right, I need a screenshot. Seven. Let's get a bit of that sun out there. Castle. Bam. There it is. F12. The one thing to note, there's a bug. You can hit F12 to hide your UI, but do not hit enter to chat while in UI gone mode. It will lock you out, and you have to relog. And there's I think like F10, F11 and stuff will hide your character, hide nameplates. Uh, I think F8 or F7 will let you left click to circle your character to get in front of your character type thing. But unfortunately, when you release it, I think it snaps back. But yeah, this stuff is so much fun. I love doing this stuff. It goes back to a little bit and even EverQuest. Um, Even in EverQuest, there was GM events that were really fun to participate in, and doing that stuff and um, weird random tournaments uh, that are just there for fun, are cool to do. Can give away some random GM only loot. To be able to scale these mountains and view the entire area is pretty cool. Something I think I will be thinking of if possible, since it's a design thing. Yep. Yes, these side things aren't slot machine gotcha BS exactly. And this is what MMOs are built for, right? The PvE is the bread and butter. It's the foundation. But then there's so much random other stuff that is part of MMOs that really is there's probably so many kids out there that remember walking around a random World of Warcraft town, and all they did was play hide and seek with each other, or just explore a town, and that's all they did because they were 4 years old and stuff, and doing random things. Um, all those aspects of things. Yep. You can go anywhere and do anything. But yeah, this has been a nice little day of playtesting for sure. I'll leave the servers up because someone else said they're going to try and log in and play. Let me see what the hopefully not my server fees aren't going too high right now. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's 11 here. I've got to probably make some food stuff. Yeah, we've don't really have crashes very much. That goes back to like some of the benefits of Blueprint code is you get a lot of those errors in the engine, and you don't have to worry about a lot of crashes, right? And we've had the first playtest we did, the server crashed a few times. We haven't had it since that first playtest. The server crashed at all. And I think it was just AI related. I think it could have been pathing. I don't have pathing auto generate as you move stuff around the world, so I manually have to generate it before packaging the game. So it could be related to that, but I haven't had a crash since that first server crash since that first playtest. And so it's one of those, again, Blueprint code it's one of those things people mock it a bunch, but it handcuffs you for good reasons, and it makes a cleaner project, and you don't get crashes and stuff. And so I don't crash. The games I've built just don't crash really. So it's been really good on that aspect of things. Ooh, you got the sparkle going now too. Let's get the that's a nice shot right there. You even have an orb going too, so it looks like a blood mage or something. Got to turn these into a whole list of wallpapers. Or are you saying look up for maybe the moon? Is the moon somewhere? Where's the moon? Get that moon in there. Bam. These are some nice wallpapers. Can't lie. Yeah. I don't know if I can I get that shot? That's a little bit of a stretch. I wonder if I can get a snippet with the fallen star going. Gotta wait for the fallen star. Oh, the overcast is coming in. Missed opportunity. Some cool screenshots though. Dope as fuck screenshots. Obviously, guys, if you don't know, in Discord, I'm putting all these videos and stuff in RT screenshots. I'm assuming you guys knew that, but a bunch of them are all there. We all tried to do it. Oh, it was right there. But Overcast would have screwed it up anyways. Brr, 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 brr. Of course, now they start falling when the Overcast is out. I got a terrible one. Nice. Yeah, I'll put down if I have time. I might do some emotes. If time, put in emotes because a lot of this stuff is like very very bug oriented, quick fixes. Even though like it looks like a long list of things to do, but I'm not doing big system implementations this week. It's all just bug fixing and polish and um, making sure next weekend's a little bit better on things. Yep, I think I'm going to log out too. Do some stuff, eat some stuff. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for so long. Love it. Love the content. Love the screenshots we got. Um, and just thank you so much for playing. It's always a blast to hang out with the playtesters and seeing how you guys think of the game. And the only thing we missed out on was that shield. We killed Quartzel. Killed Quartzel 2 or 3 times there. Didn't get the shield. This is one of the reasons why I took the time to fix all the trees and stuff. Because all these before when I didn't have all these trees set to dormant, they kept popping in and out and lagging in the recordings, and it just made for worse recordings because like half the map was not populated with trees and things. So I'm very happy with how all that turned out. Yeah, it's coming along. Yeah, pretty full. Yep, and we're still working out how we do like the flow of the level. The flow could be a little bit off, I think, right now. We can also basically we can create holes in the environment. There's a way to do that in Unreal to make little caves and stuff you can go into to make this even feel like there's more depth to stuff. So it could be little small dungeons instead of zoning into a actual real dungeon. It could be like mini dungeons. But we're trying to we don't want to increase the map size to this until we know we can get like a few hundred players in here type thing. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not optimizing for like doing deep optimization for a long time. I'll be picking up things here and there, but there's a lot of things in this world. Like this landscape material is a very realism-based landscape. It's terribly optimized. The skybox is a very poorly optimized thing. The aurora is a very poorly optimized thing. Um, So there's so many things. There's so many different, marketplace assets in here. There could be cleanup with those things. Um, level of detail stuff I probably could improve on. But at the same time, because like I'm doing these kind of flybys and stuff, and the world's so small, I don't really want to use LEDs too much. There's the debate of, dynamic lighting. Like we use, I'm pretty sure we use lumen. We might not. I don't remember. Oh, nice! You got the starfall. Yeah, looks always do matter. Having an appeal matters to people. Um, again, all three of the EverQuest like styled MMOs right now, people have weird issues with, right? You could say Monsters and Memories is too low poly for some people. They don't like it. Uh, Pantheon maybe is too realistic looking, but not realistic enough, right? Then you have Aldrin, like, oh, it's Minecraft. I don't want to play Minecraft, right? Like it's always going to be something, and the vice versa. All of those could be a pro as well for certain players. And so, and yeah, it's PS1, but on some people grew up with the PS1, and that's what they love. Yeah, like there's a huge era. Like I grew up with pixel games. I love pixel as an art form. I love how Sea of Stars is elevating pixel. Um, and there's another game I did a video on showcasing the two pixel games. And how do you modernize those to today's world? And so that's what the era now is. There's people growing up with PS1 graphics, or that was their nostalgic time, and now they're creating games with PS1 graphics. And so it's the same thing with PS2 graphics. And so there's people making their own version of Ocarina of Time and Zelda, right? And because that's that game style and thing they loved. And they want to make a game that mimics that, but they want to modernize it and elevate it even more. And so we haven't really seen that era. We've seen that era quite a bit lately of mastering the pixel art and how highly elevated pixel art. We haven't seen a ton of games master and elevate low poly art. That's still something that's kind of actively happening and people are testing with. Look at that boast. Cybin in chat with the 359 kills. Look at that boast. Stat dropped right there. That is some good farming, my friend. Yeah, just so you know, that group, it's another net relevancy bug. So when players enter and leave net relevancy range, it's like re-adding them for some reason to the party window. I've known about it for a while, but I just haven't taken time to look at it. But I'll put that down. That might be a fixed net relevancy and group issue. I've played games that look like dog, and they're so good, so much better than AA and AAA. Yeah. No, it's true. Okay, look at the biggest example of that is Valheim. Look how much Valheim exploded, and Valheim was like PS1 graphics. It was like EverQuest style graphics. Like the animations were god awful. Some of the world environment was, I think, pretty good, depending on your video settings. But character models were kind of bad. But gameplay was king, and it did fantastic, and is like indie mega hit. Or snowboarding games. Tricky Peak. I don't care about snowboarding. It's just fun. Gameplay and unique world. Yeah. That'd be interesting to put a snowboarding mini game in this. That'd be funny. Shield boarding. That's what it'll be called. Shield boarding. All right, well, I'm going to finally call it quits. Thank you guys again so much for hanging out and playing. Again, if you guys don't know, if anyone, for other people watching, we're looking to get more wish lists on our Epic Game Store. That will help us phenomenally. Obviously, I'm going to leave the servers up because someone wanted to play a little bit later. Might close them out maybe when I wake up tomorrow. So if you're interested in still playing through the night, I'll leave it up for everyone. Go ahead and try it. Thank you so much for the wish list, Paxian. Again, we're 10-year Unreal Engine devs that have experience building game tech. We built Vertical Third, which is a huge game architecture that won $100,000 in awards. I'll bring this stuff up just because I'm logging off here, but you go to our YouTube channel for Ruins of Tearyn. Obviously, follow, subscribe there would be wonderful too. It really helps us out because we're really trying to push for stress testing our servers. And so we're not just doing playtesting and looking for bugs and stuff. We're trying to get a few hundred people in a single zone. And so I do create content about indie MMOs. I have a whole featured video on our tech stack and how we're building it out, and how we're keeping our scope small, our tech scope small, and how we're actually going to achieve this as a very small team. Then over on our Vertical Third channel, we also have some game architecture content here and just basics of multiplayer and things. And so we have that video here. This kind of breaks down what Vertical Third is meant to do and how it's supposed to help you. And that that's kind of how just Vertical Third. Obviously, Vertical Third is powering Ruins of Tearyn, so it's kind of like a little bit lead into that type of stuff. Both Vertical Third and Ruins of Tearyn has been on the official Unreal Engine live stream. And the right tool for the right job is like a 3-hour overview of Vertical Third, and then we have also Ruins of Tearyn with creating classic MMOs. And so this is a big game direct ads, of course. This is a big game direction overview on everything we're doing, and our perspective, where we're going with it, and just how we see ourselves being able to break this down and create it. And so that's everything going on there. Obviously, we love, biggest way you're going to support us right now is just through wish lists, follows on our channels, so that when I do post content and I do go live, that it actually gets pushed out there, and I can really bump up the wish list on this channel. And so, really appreciate everyone watching, viewing. Love that people are playing and trying the game out. How many people we have online? It's just me online. Okay. I'm going to quit out here. So thank you so much, everyone. And we will be doing, again, I'll probably leave the playtest, leave the servers up for another few hours or whatever. And from there, I'll close them out when I wake up. It's whatever. If you want to playtest, as always, that you might have seen in the pinned comment below, it's just popping onto Epic Game Store, and you can just search for Ruins of Tearyn. You can download our demo here, and that lets you log into the playtest. So pretty easy. Doesn't cost anything, and the next test will be next weekend. We'll probably do a Friday, Sunday test, and so we're trying to do a big kind of push of content and stuff this month. So we'll probably do 2 more tests, both weekends in February, and then after February, I'll probably take a break of testing unless I've tagged a few content creators of maybe doing an event with them, and if they want to do something, hopefully I'll turn it on for them and stuff. But just because we have a focus of trying to stress test everything, and if we can actually pull in 100 to 200 people, it would be huge for us to be able to boast about that. Not only just for our own proving our own tech and stuff, but for the ability to potentially attract investors. We have vertical slice ready. If we can prove that we can market and create a community around this, then we are sitting in a very, very good spot for this game and the funding capabilities of it. So, because there's just a lot of things you have to prove to investors these days. So, yeah, thanks again. Until next time. I will likely do development streams through the week, so I won't be playtesting, but I'll be fixing bugs, talking to people. So just if you want to watch me do what I do, feel free to come by.